soon. So, situation adequate. At the fort, I should finish installing all the pieces of those two new robo-forts. Robo-fort prototype that is likely to be streamlined in future iterations of itself. Basic adoption of the atom has begun. Definitely like to be wrong object. There, you. I would like to be spinning more fuel in preparation for the main event. Yes, and I have qual 3s to apply here. Only commons, but they get jobs done. I didn't even have all of these local boxes quite. Okay, that one was wired up. Could not see the circuit tag on it. I can get the full inventory at a glance. Current material. Densely packed together, awaiting deployment to the future. But yeah, those and some other things in order. Plans are one more trip to Fulgora. Finish my combat loadout. For the current generation mech suit, and then meet. I may as well also starting to plan for a journey to the meat planet. Gravity, yes. Magnetic field, meh. Solar power, subpar. But not completely nerfed into the ground. Contains weird meat substances and water. And rocks. Does still have boosted solar power in orbit. Might lean on the platform a little more to provide some supply drops to get things started. Yeah, gravity double baseline, so launching out of there is going to be expensive. Yeah, once I'm back over here in person, I can manually give the machine a bit of a boot. Common iron remains. The big hold up here. Why are you Ah, because your control condition is still looking at regular iron. That I can fix remotely, yes. Roast that surplus metal. And I'll switch this one over as well. Unclog the main material flow a little bit. Did Void Block have... Yes, Void Block has some extra guns in storage. Armor forward a little bit. It was angry about the holes in the foundation. It reserved one of these walls as being invalid to place. So in turn, that I've created a need for another speed tunnel. Well, no, this speed tunnel replaces that one. Yes. There you go. Yes, now these can provide a little more support to the forward battery. Makes things just a little safer. That is in orbit here right now, so I can ride that to Fulgora. Think block performing as designed. Doing fine work. And the ice supply has properly built up. Shortfall that happened, that would also normalize a bit if I had, like, a longer string of collectors on the outside edge of the hull. There's a plurality of the traffic of rocks is from top to bottom. When stationary, it's It seems to kind of average out to noise from all directions, but then when moving, it mostly comes from above. So multiple grabbers in a column would all get their opportunity to grab what they're looking for out of the debris field as it swoops by. The interior of the claw, that is a bit volatile. Next round of upgrades to Void Block, I think, is going to embiggen the fuel system so that it can sustain thrust for longer spans of time. Yeah, though. Roboport, 2 shields, 2 good battery packs. And hand down that 1 okay battery pack. Into a certain battling tank. Who also wants more beams, but these can be made essentially as good as possible just right here on First Planet. You know, I should probably spin up a homegrown rest of a set of fighting gear for the war tank. Built it a second reactor. Room for a lot of modification. Don't have anywhere to unload. Fancier stuff. Well, I don't need that power line anymore. Get more of this place running on substations. Allowing for a long arm to handle the premium output. Just be sure that the tank has a basic spread of tactical supplies. And a few symbiotic bees. Just a couple. Oh, I never brought fluid up here for that electromotor machine. That would explain the lack of throughput, the construction of new bees. Can't let them be dry. They hate that. Go around the labs. Bring a starter pack of bots. Help streamline things. Yeah, 4 beams, 6 shields. Pretty alright for you. Most of my uncommon battery was already drawn into the robot maker. And I also need the acid hookup eventually. There's a very sizable backlog of regular battery. And leave myself a good surface to... Oh no, I sorted that out. Yeah, that'll do. West, thousands of material. machine running smooth. These ones also won't get electromotor from the tap. That's it, because this one has never unloaded. We have enough robot frames. Science is not currently backed up on robot frames. Okay, situation mostly good. Motors. Regular motors, like from the old motor work. They're sitting right here inside the network. I am not requesting them over yet, by any means. Here, the sulfur line. Mostly in a good state. I need to actually make those uncommon shields. And shield ones will do quite well. Wrong button. This just outright no longer has to be here. I've recreated that functionality down at the circuit heap. That's another whole magnet lab that is freed up to do something. Probably something infrastructure related. I've got 2 more of these currently on hand. And leave them set up nearby. I do have jobs for them. They will be primed to activate. Suppose I can take stock of what other currently known things can be made here. Yeah, making an actual lightning gun is a job for the trash pile. Should export at least one lightning turret and give them a chance to do what they do. I would suppose that a weapon from the planet where there's no local combat, it should have some kind of performance that makes it worth sending out. Export is its purpose. Most of that takes electrolytes. Only the magnetic science pack is forbidden from being made here. So if I had a bunch of barrels of electrolyte and dropped them from orbit, I could make the product here. Can't make new EM plants. Cannot make lightning collectors. I can make the quality 3, which just require imported material. And then otherwise, solar panels, power lines. Solar panels are a good thing to be working on. Solar and accumulator. Go ahead and qualitate those. I can take these rare 3s down to the circuit mill. Install there. Still got room for more common 3s to pad out that. Lots of unused plastic. Some of that portaged up here. And to avoid exactly that problem, just temporarily unsmart those boxes. Convert them back to normal steel. Where all of this plastic gets drawn out of the overflow. Both are looking good and healthy. Basic nuclear fuel. Participating well enough. There's peace on this world. For now. There's peace tank. There, I kind of boxed you in. Hold on. Out of the corner. Still inside of logistics. Yes, good. Need this many Roboport. Would use more shield. At 39's enough robots for any work you're gonna do. Common shield. Well, these common Roboports go into the mulch. Yeah, things are in an okay state here. We'll go install these guns. Then I can trust the tractors, the brothers, look after this place. What piece is missing here? No, for some reason a common was assigned to that spot, but because I copied it over from this as built that had a common in it. Part of its spread. On the next go around of that, I will probably switch to linear fortifications. That will also be easier to build supply depots for. The reach of a Roboport is such that it can be a good ways back from whatever it has to repair. Let me actually free that up because I do want uncommon lasers to be themselves. Placement in forts. Bring 1 stack. Empty your pockets. Now, what I've heard of the meat planet, its ways are strange. It can take a while to reinvent a lot of basics. Re-engineer them into a meat context. This is not yet the journey to meat. Meat is the next destination. First, I will go and pick up war gear. There's my droids. First, Fulgora. That will drop Fulgora. Gotta finish building my suit. Appropriately thorough measures to present a hard outer shell. A lot of grip strength. Sure, smooth, uncomplicated first contact with Crab. Using interrupts as a primary way to place destinations would probably be pretty smart, yeah. Makes them all temporary rather than persistent by default. Alright, we arrive. Of course, I'll be able to pick up a fresh shipment of quality module to bring with me to Meat World. Ensure that we're creating quality meat. Control software for the CNC machine that identifies all of the proper cuts. So, 1 rare battery pack. 1 rare robo port. At which case I can scrap, well, disassemble that and scrap the excess material that was going into it. Slash repurpose that excess material into other things. One more of these means 3 more of these. This will cover most of that, all of that. No need to throw all these away. Trash tank, enjoy your upgrade. Now the rest of them, those go in the wood chipper. No hesitation. Okay, 3 rare battery pack Mark IIIs. Leaving shields. Which I need to round up some rare red. Quite a bit of rare red. Or I could attempt to qualitate up. Commons. Quality machine is jammed. Most machines are jammed. Plant was hibernating a bit. Concrete backlog is pretty rough. One common item. Bulgora is far from optimized right now. It is partially operational. Really, the next phase of improving things here probably mostly relies on making a more powerful sorting center, separating out qualities, running more trains in this back and forth shuttle process. Improve throughput. An arm is backwards. Or, no, an arm was never added. One arm is missing. To dispense the results. That should help quite a bit with making the machine move. Won't be staying here long enough to need to pick up my full set of local gear. Just visiting the dry cleaners. Play the 5 blue chips to finish off the other half of the process. This side of things is no longer necessary. throw some of these into the pile. Percent upgrade. Alright, 1 success. I do manage to roll all of these up. Just remove the need to have built that other phase. Two. Force these. Belong in a sewer. %. I have quite a lot of superconductor just banked here. Could think about shipping some of it. I've delivered these to the wrong device. Over here. There, that's more untapped potential. That's a goodly couple of rare qual 3s. Ready to fall off the line? Oh yes. There we go. That's almost done. Three more. Okay, and I don't need these battery production stacks anymore either. Served. And I will bring some recyclers to the meat planet. There's some kind of interaction between recycling and freshness, spoilage. Presence of even a single recycler is very important. Two. And alright, that's it. Mission accomplished. I'll let those finish bubbling. Entirely dispense them to the device. Or wait, no, I wanted another one of these. That was only halfway. Never mind. Back to the grind. Meaning 5 more processors. Suppose I could also be attempting the upgrade roll on an uncommon shield too. Yes, and I have you reading the requested quantity from Orbit. Decide to load, you should be loading more. Request greater than 0. Oh, those are residual red science. Those are not magnet science at all. You go in the press. Magnet science, waiting on superconductor, waiting on green circuit. waiting on. I have not been running a processor crusher for quite a while. Fix that up. Surely I have uncommon low densities laying around. I guess I've been crunching them up to rare. Yeah. Been upcycling them over here rather than letting them litter. The missing middle. Switch that off for the moment. Maybe a few new ones will get made if fancy plastic feels like coming over. Across the way. Ah, right, I'd had another, like, few fragments of ideas for other ways that I could lay out my recycle loops. Something like this. Do something to take advantage of, like, cornering. Do something to even out the fact that the recycler is not a square. Take steps to convert it into a square. Your job is common gear crushing. Untooth these gears. Alright, up to 6. Partial completion. So rolls are happening. I can just continue to toss all of those over into the crusher. Re-roll the material, try to upcycle the material. Have fresh recyclers on the sorting platform. Yeah. And yeah, it's all the more important to bring recycling and quality gear to meat, because meat is home of the 4th dot. Unravel the secrets of the meat number. Common holmium. Low on solution, low on ore. A bit of that lying around. Uncommon structure is taking too long to find. Not really crushing uncommon plastic at all. Generating uncommon plastic by crushing something else. Release all of this into the local ecosystem. Place a request on void block for 20 rare recyclers. That should semi-automate the process of sending them up. Yep, there they are. Field accomplished. Alright. This time, for sure. Suits on. All quiet back at the lab. Waiting on like a single military beaker to finish the fighting atom. They're waiting on grenades. They're waiting on coal. It's the original coal mine, finally. Drawing up the original coal mine is jammed for having nothing but high quality coal laying around. This out. Too much nice coal. Which is good. That's high-grade plastic waiting to be made. If I ever bother to ship it over plastic machine. Why are you a tile ahead of your station? I guess that's just a structural flaw that's been present on this loadout for however long. The coal drop-off will be altered at some point. The oil refinery gets to stay here, just taking up this whole siding. And make its new loading and unloading platforms in this slice over here. And keep launching. Got to get that gear. Soon. Running down the clock on the last few errands to complete before the voyage to the meat planet. last chance to breathe deep of the ozone. Drink from the vast oceans of heavy oil. Regular science will keep on chumbling for a bit. I think in keeping with how I ran things here on Fulgura, I will drop the meat, not leave meat until I can assemble a rare rocket silo from local material. Since discovering the legendary, well, okay, even before the legendary, discovering epic quality requires that I deliver meat science. To grapple the challenges therein. That silo was actually taking a while to rebuild. So the magnet beakers, those are bound back for Novice, though they won't actually be used for quite a while. So I've got the immediate magnet science. I might pick up some more stacks of stackable magnetic stuff. But most of its job is now waiting for the full rainbow of combined science. Note well that to attain high-quality spider, one must attain high-quality fish. Successfully deliver it. Okay, quality level also improves spoilage times. That's nice. You know it's a good fish because you can just kind of leave it on the shelf. Some platform bits there because I added those couple of tiles of armor. $64 common qual 3s is a pretty good payload of quality software. Magnet labs can operate. Or no, magnetic field greater than or equal to 99 is Gleba's magnetic field. Yeah, too weak to do magnet stuff. Or no, crafting conditions, is that just for producing the labs rather than running them? Yeah, magnetic field 90. So they can work there. Cannot be built there. Which, that's also fine. I was talking myself into leaving them out of local workflow. Basic briefing on meat. Swamp. Home to farm. Home to flesh. Home to crab. Alright, this one is successfully auto-launching. You make steel. How did you make steel? Some kind of belt mishap? Well, that will self-correct at some point. Or no, it won't, because that's not enough to finish another cycle. There. Just telekinesis it out of there. Alright, got my recyclers. Got a bunch of modules. Got a bunch of beakers. And yes, now you are no longer requesting. There's enough latency involved in the launch process that excess stuff gets handed to the platform that doesn't need to be there. Yeah, this next rocket's for me. Oh, yeah, I hadn't really looked at this panel before, but I can just have the drones deliver directly to the launcher. That reduces friction quite a bit. Probably. To space! to meat. Also, yeah, nice convenience, quality of life thing. It does drop a separately labeled autosave before your first journey to each new planet, in case of critical mistakes. Okay, traffic is survivable. We're here. It's time. More crab. I'll have to probe it all the way through to be sure. First appearances. It's made of meat. Oh. Meat world. Home of meat sounds. There are rocks on the ground like normal. Everything else. Byproduct of meat. So, research objectives. Collect iron bacteria. Outside, I think, yeah, that's part of the... That's the entry point for the volcano tech tree. Oh, right. Now that I am here, void block, send down bots. Hold on to the recyclers. Most of these plants appear to be wood mush. They explode. Neat. Bots are unharmed. Right, and the rod is just usable as fuel. Some of these plants explode. Yeah, rot is... Rot is a an eighth of a wood. But it also stacks taller. Not that bad. Suppose I should take a walk around. What's what? Briefing said something about high ground. Ah, here's some copper. Swamp form. I've touched the swamp copper, home of swamp bacteria, okay. I did get a bit of normal metal out of that. So I suppose the clock is ticking now. What do I do? Oh, heating tower actually appears first here. Alright, I guess it has some kind of use. Go into a swamp and find iron rocks to get started. Appears to be a mostly copper swamp. There you are. Oh, too small. Initial. Okay, these rot very quickly. The iron bacteria do not live long once removed from the goop. Little guys. Crab eggs. From which emerge crab. Very colorful here. Oh, farm planet. Steel circuits, a little bit of landfill to make a farm. So step one then is I gotta go punch those rocks. Set up some furnaces to actually smelt local metal. Spoilage can be refined into nutrients. Edible gunk. Yes, and of course the landfill is itself made of more rocks. And the innate steel productivity applies even here. Scoop up more iron bacteria out of the swamp. A little bit of rock in there immediately. I have no landmarks yet. Is the surface of the swamp usable water? Looks like water. I'll have to make an offshore pump to drop in there. Should go look at that. Very interesting on radar. I need to see what it is in person. There we go. Now it's kicking in. Meat noises. Making a good first impression. This meat planet. Improved by adding spices. No one can say for sure. Right though, back to first principles here. Trees are only usable as goop. Save some of that wood from the fire to make storage box. Go look at that strange radar signature. What are you in person? Or gel stem. Yeah, I gotta get one pump so that I can check the local water for boilability. I have only a vague sense of what to anticipate in terms of level of challenge of Meat Planet. I expect it to be mostly mitigated by showing up with war gear. It will take a very large crab. Pose too much of an immediate danger. Okay, so water pump is ready. Yes. Swamp. It's tappable. Swamp contains water. So, farming machine. What do you do? You've got a grid? Common quality farming machine. You need power? Have to take in seeds to harvest plants. Except Mako, jelly nut, and wood. Wood seed, which is separate from just plain wood. Okay, so next local objectives are go touch plants. This will provide recipes for processing the basic plants. Use the mush. Okay, and the mush can be used to cultivate the metal bacteria. Endeavor to make a solar panel. Farm these. Intermittent basic power is preferable to none power. I need to make more steel. And burn more goop. Gel-based production chains. Jelly provides iron. Fruit provides copper. Oil. Biochamber. Provide nutrients. It can refine the spoilage into carbon ingots. It generate crab eggs. I know, at some point, live creatures enter the production chain as a necessary part of things. You must ranch. Right, give me the blob. Give me the gel. The lasers are doing a fine job protecting my personal space. Okay, so this is food and fuel. Most of these things are flammable, which would be another option for dealing with overflow. Crush iron bacteria out of the gel as well. seeds are non-perishable. And you need to identify the different dirt types. That's... okay, yeah, that's... highlands will be needed for farming. The plants have terrain needs that must be met until you can engineer artificial terrain suitable to your plants. So this is actually going to migrate. Still want more steel. That basic solar panel. Or I could try to get a steam setup going. Now that I'm here, I can also just look at the book, allow myself to look at the book. Clear here. Iron bacteria, the recipe. Takes gel, produces iron bacteria and spoilage. Iron bacteria, the substance, leaves behind iron when it dies. But by keeping it alive, you can magnify the quantity of it by allowing it to grow. Some sort of bioreactor. Real iron bacteria generally acquire their metals from the rocks they live on. Earth is mostly iron. Harvest individual swamp reeds. Make into power lines. Yeah, if I'm remembering right from having looked it up at least once in the past, the actual, like, chemical mechanism that iron bacteria use to get energy is rusting. They corrode the metal, harvesting small amounts of power in the process. Find this other kind of fruit tree. A lot of jelly stem over here. That's purple. Swamp is blue. Crab. Crab has launcher. Crab has symbiotic relationship with bees. These things should stay pretty low energy until I actually get starter facility set up. Time being, the overall density of crab is low. Then punch through another layer before I have to go out and fix that one. I would expect, like, World Gen to prefer to drop a bunch of, well, now I'm holding the crab eggs. When they rot, hatch into live crab, into juvenile crab. In fact, World Gen we've put the core tools that I need not too far away, at least small samples. Maybe it's that over there. The highlights on the radar seem to... there's a proper crab. Stomper. Steppin'. Just trying to find a fruit. There they are. Contacted a tree. Okay, so these seem similar durability to a behemoth. Not completely stopped by a zap. And there is an egg inside the shell. Leave these on the ground. Which is traditional crab parenting techniques. Partially. Cast them into the ocean, maybe bury them under a little bit of sand. Possibly show up to watch them hatch and, like, eat a couple of them to assert dominance. Okay, so, fruit. Also acquired. Process this. Successfully got one jelly nut seed so far. Alright, I'm still trying to get exactly one solar panel to start with. If there's like quality levels to the soil as well. Or if it's just a yes, no, this plant can grow here. Like, alright, this is the gel soil, this bright purple. That would be more of it over there. Then these green splotches. Are the fruit. And I need to create nutrient in order to landscaping is a kind of paving. Holding 500 nutrient to unlock. Or craft 500, that might be cumulative. And nutrient to learn of the biochamber. It also is more powerful at processing the goop. Bring my farm down here. Okay, the farm also declares when it can taste the good soil. Now that's... can landfill the swamp. For now I can just get the tower set up on some of the good soil. Can taste the presence of trees. The longest arm. The wood arm. Okay, and as a baseline, all plant harvesting is a fuel supply that I could use to run some steam. And every swamp edge is a point where I can connect a bit of water. Put the pond scum directly into the boiler. And of course, biochar is going to be a step up for fuel over just relying on basic rocks. A lot more iron. Alright, let's hand crush a bunch of nutrients. I guess also I should fresh the harvest. Need materials to get the farm going. At partial power, the arm is doing a pretty good job of grabbing stuff. Grabbing is as it do. Immediately see the initial shape of local peril in terms of logistics. That if everything is running smoothly, your farms will be routinely taking in seeds and returning product. If you aren't efficiently using the products, they can crash. You would want to be buffering your seeds since they are shelf stable. Have them in the production buffer, they might be safe from rotting, or they might still rot in the line. It is fine, though. If nothing else, the compost still has use. Single handmade steam engine. Same as it ever was. Let's allow... Okay, I already had one of those in the buffer. Just behind all of the threshing. And the extreme local atmospheric pressure. The thing. The gimmick. That's what plants crave. Okay, the rot nutrients start half rotted. They are food product, we assure you. Don't worry about it. Start putting the compost in the boiler. Now I have small local power supply. Maybe is that not connected way down to the farm? Or no, the solar is taking over. Or are you not? You got your steam. The tower is idle. It's already harvested all available gel. Biochamber. So made of a crab egg. Stuff over toward the farm, the stuff that can move. Those 2 trees and immediately passes out. What we have here is an artificial fjord. That's powerful technology. Get an assembler online. Something with module slots. We can potentially begin the qualitating. Farm itself doesn't have any output. Doesn't have any modularity to it. Yeah, if I can get high quality rot, which doesn't directly have any stat benefits, but I could use that to make high quality towers. Oh, and the efficiency module is made of rot. Yeah, high quality rot seems like it's pretty important, and it is also a shelf stable resource. It is a store of value. Oh, assembler. What do you got? Which portions of the meat process can you partake in? Process the fruit. This can process the gel. This can make the trash nutrients. Process the bacteria. Tiny basic arms running. Guess it's time to go ahead and grab another tool belt. Fill with farm tech. Process these. Void block. Drop the modules. All of them. And the recyclers. And once those land, then I could just trust Void Block to go back to doing deliveries. Should just hit the ground over here somewhere. There they are. I can try to make quality gel. Can high quality seeds exist? If those create the high quality trees, and the cultivation can begin. That's something. Grab some more of this iron bacteria. Scoop that. I should roast some brick and make some steel furnaces. High quality gel. Love to see uncommon gel. Now, will the uncommon gel become uncommon rot? As long as I'm getting the seeds out of this as well, I don't particularly mind. This first batch of gel just kind of goes through the paces. No, I can also be using the gel directly as fuel. That is a better fate. Assigned to some of this gel. I guess what I'm also working toward here, yeah, I want another assembler up so that I can be making iron bacteria from the jelly. Okay, and if one tree, 50 gel nuts. And 2% of gel nuts release a seed. Yeah, so on average, each tree provides a replacement seed for itself. On average. There might be productivity improvements to acquire. Throw some common gel cubes into the boiler. Toss these into the burner drill. Just have more stone at the ready. Oh, right, also the rest of the recyclers. No, alright, let me... In pursuit of additional swamp technology here, go ahead and snap together more rudimentary conveniences. Yes, I have everything I need to begin my work here. Void block. Return to your usual duties. I will call for you when the time is right. Just decode the riddle of swamp. Attain meat knowledge. Training under the intense pressures of swamp conditions. Gain an understanding of the just-in-time strike. Oh, okay, what's happening here is I was throwing gel in as fuel, and then while sitting there waiting to burn, the gel would rot down into the spoilage. Okay, that makes sense. The myochamber. That creates inverse pollution. It consumes smog to generate flesh. Riddle of meat. Rare slime? Rare slime. Okay, I have that second assembler. Hold on, let me try to rush in here and say, hey, uncommon slime processing. Yes? Or no, that's uncommon fruit processing. Uncommon iron bacteria. Yes. Take this uncommon slime. This is how I get higher quality metal and higher quality rod. Neat. Which means I have a built-in way to qualitate here. The natural recycling process of flesh. Anything of insufficient quality can simply return to compost. So for now, let me just go ahead and say common bacteria processing. That's fancy iron bacteria implicitly should leave behind fancier metal. A little wary of leaving the setup unguarded at all, since currently I am its only security measure. The biochamber, I do need to go collect an egg. Well, I should have the rest of the materials in line first. So, go ahead and get more steel made. Carbon refinement will be an important tool. Some combination of a good power supply. Well, I need a good power supply, which will either be achieved by having good fuel to burn, or who knows, maybe there's uranium bacteria out here somewhere. Alright, there's a some life signs. And there's eggs. Okay, I'm not carrying much rod right now, is the problem. Find that compost. Yes. Elevated quality iron ore. So, biolab. Well, biochamber. Crafting speed 2. Has 4 module slots. Yeah, while waiting for other stuff to happen, I could grab a layer of stackables. Bullet. Not follower bots. The other stuff, though. All well and good. Knowledge of bioflux. Made by combining the 2 fruit products. Fruit and gel together become the gunk. Biochambers can also do biochar. Turn 6 spoilage into 1 carbon. Okay, meat lab. Meat maker. Wants pizza. Okay, so this can make new biochambers. You can do oil processing. You can refine rocket fuel. I don't even know what the base source of oil is going to be in this environment. Do all of our plant processing recipes. Makes bioflux and it makes biochar. And it is fueled by nutrients. It's hungry. Best nutrient recipe is the one made of bioflux. So to really do this well, I will want supplies of both plants to bring them together. Which, in turn, speak of the perils of this land. The immediate chicken and egg problem of, okay, if your biolabs get starved out, something needs to be on tap to restart the machine. Okay, assemblers can also perform the basic mulching process. Quality improve carbon? Not directly, but there are things made of carbon. Fiber can be extruded from carbon. Oh, and this does have, yeah, it has the 50% productivity bonus built into it. High quality carbon. Meat sounds from the meat device. Okay, so an important load-bearing part of the infrastructure here, ultimately to no surprise, is nutrient paste. This is the food planet. Okay, just to think about that recipe. Biolab back down to get stats conveniently. So this turns 1 rot into a quarter carbon per second. Okay, that requires upkeep. Tank. Your work is never done. Awaken. Well, okay, this part of the route has become crowded. Take the long way around. Work supplies arriving from every corner of the factory. You can have 1 package of atoms for research. Usual traffic problems at the iron drop-off. So I think in this case, that traffic problem is ultimately a lack of successful iron consumption? I don't know why those other trains are stuck waiting at iron pickup. We only got 1 gun successfully delivered to you before I rode out. Somehow not where that alert came from. thought it was one of these. Yeah, that one over there. Some backup power lines here. Sure that the beams aren't relying on something that is between them. The opposition. Good enough. Could start making vehicle fuel rods. Another one of those techs that I always just kind of ignored for it seeming too extravagant. But it's probably actually reasonably costed for what it does. Single 235. Dipped in a standard jug of rocket fuel. .2 gigs, 1.21 gigs. The speed number. Making it get 12 times more energy than the rocket fuel canister would have had on its own. Small mishaps. Might want to spin some of that up. Atomic rocket train. Definitely sounds like a good idea. Oh. Centrifuge. I think I should have rare centrifuge laying around in here. But yes, just the one left. So, common nuclear fuel canister. Slap some Qual 3s in there if you have them. Really, the thing that will prevent it is probably that I don't have any 235 in network in providers yet. Rocket fuel is available. atoms are preemptively stored at the things that will want to use them. Reactor has fuel for days. You'll love to see it. So, like, is the atom field is currently outside of build range. Getting that online can be a project for later. Well, Void Block, have you received any module cargo? No. Or is probably, once again, fairly jammed. Shortage of green. You do hate to see it. Well, future problems, current problems, our lunch. How to effectively construct food reactor. Yeah, a nice relatively dry area like this. Be important for production. We've harvested all of the gel in your immediate area, and for that we have 8 more seeds. I'll just give you one of those. Spores, you say? Also, yeah, I should be able to throttle this. Yes. So, only harvest if there is 0 gel in that box. Otherwise, just leave them on the field. Let me just place all of these seeds into the machine, since it will plant all of them, but collect nothing. Oh, you are damaged. Something bit you. Rude. The nutrient I was making there has, in fact, already rotted. Need to get some basic tools together from the bacteria. And probably, yeah, we'll need at least one additional agricultural tower, probably a third one. Where did the tree seeds come from? Is that a ritual I have yet to unlock? So, wood can be gathered from various sources. Tree seeds. Oh, these are buildable back on Novice. Now that I have invented the farm, by having traversed the void and looked at a plant, wood processing. Okay, that is agri-science. That must be made with meat beakers. Yeah, alright, so. Go plant another basic tower with a... I rig up another solar panel. Acquire copper, which for now can just mean scraping some out of the algae nearby. Or that. Because the amount of, like, raw labor that this arm needs to perform is pretty low. Able to do my processing in a biochamber with proper nutrient backing, then the increased productivity would allow me to have a net increase in seed availability. Now the thing I want to do with all of this gel is render it into iron stock. Possible. Or wait, right. Iron bacteria. Getting up to at least speed arm would be nice. Clearly have to handle a bit of volume of material. No, not there. There. Burn more common compost. What is my nearest block of usable? This is usable. Fruit soil. Right here. Not buildable on this would be usable fruit soil if it were land. Or the plant grows in the wet. Okay, there's a bit more solid space over here. To the field and process. More fruit. Yeah, there you are. Thresh these by hand. The sun slowly rising. Okay, and you're gonna clean out the normal trees first. Maybe that's just wood soil. Need to go even further over to properly enter next biome. Still much to learn about farm mysteries. Oh wait, I've tied this to the wrong box. Don't even have an input buffer box on the there. That fixes it. Plenty of base shelf life on the fruit itself. That could be a lot worse. And alright, so to think about our basic bacteria ritual here, I should process that good gel before it goes bad. Yeah, so it has a guaranteed output of 4 compost. Yeah, good bacteria ritual is definitely an important part of actually getting the factory online, actually having a persistent supply of iron sludge. But so, baseline here, this provides fuel every cycle. To also flip rare slime, it has to be done in the machine, not be done with bare hands. It's like you pop a tree, you get 50 nuts. 50 nuts become 200 gel. Gel. Become 133 compost. Or 33 megs of fuel substance. Which is okay. Even the basic farm cycle is at least energy positive if I'm throwing the compost directly into a boiler. Somehow, despite the lack of solar, it's very bright here. Must be the, like, bioluminescence. Off of the swamp crud. Alright, I have the trees of this seed. Wire this up to anything at all just to be able to say, don't. Plant these, and then don't touch them. The wrong soil for them? Yes. Some other kind of soil. Well, extract material. Go further over. Yeah, this is where I found them in the first place, so this must be... something in here must be the soil that provides the fruit. Grows in natural, artificial, and overgrowth soil. Yeah, it should be this green, grape-blue stuff. Something like it. Okay, it's only a subset of the ground that is usable raw. Like, this stuff here that is already fully crowded out. There we go. Yes, there. Positive indicator. So, here. Except this is not solid ground. Need to make some landfill. Or wait, yes. Magic pixel. And okay, small patch of ground available there. How do you do, fellow trees? And alright, wire this up. Tell it to sleep for now. I'll be back to work with that. Now it's just good to know that I have the seeds available. Start copper production later. So, time to start actually assembling a bit of a plan here. So, iron bacteria machine. Filtered output to common spoilage. And in turn, filtered output to everything else. Another day at the slab. Allow common spoilage to accumulate over there. High quality seed acquired. There, that's the important stuff. That's the beginning of the good stock, of the high quality gel plant. Start hoarding the good compost. Try to get more assemblers up. It's a very small initial iron supply. Their innate research. Invest some seeds into the artificial soil to create it. Okay, and the moment I touch any bioflux, I will be able to conceive of bacteria cultivation. Seeing the intent in motion here of you're not supposed to build down here in the swamp. You're supposed to build up here on the plateaus. Mostly, and then ship things up out of the swamp. Definitely thinking about having a biochamber machine. Should be available to try and make better biochambers. When the time arrives. And one can propagate crab egg. As long as you use them before they hatch, you will not generate any extraneous crab. Naturally, they go for the one part of Robofort that is not dressed to kill. Create all of this for you, and you just chew on this fringe. Good demonstration of Robofort doing its job, though. One tiny piece is outside of their immediate service area. I just extend this wall back a bit, though, as a security measure. Well, time will tell. Really, I should refactor all of that into linear defense. That just makes better use of space. Prototype is doing its most important job. Demonstrating its own flaws for the benefit of future generations. It's a teacher. High quality nutrient. Keeps for longer on the shelf. Ah, yes, of course. It's not fuel, so it doesn't have fuel value. It has flavor. 2 megajoules of flavor. Yeah, I should tear up a couple more large nodules of bacteria. Get more starter material. Okay, you can also get gel and fruit out of some of the other trees now, seeing the value in those materials being readily available. I have tasted the start of the production chain. It's shame to see that uncommon jelly go. Well, it's got a bit more time. Okay, so it like averages out the freshness of items when they combine into a pile, is what I'm seeing there. You can delay the inevitable. If there is a steady flow of new stuff. So, uncommon iron bacteria. If you please. Time for a jaunt. And more piece equipment is in place. Oh, you don't have logistic requests for uncommon gun turret. Okay. Network should be able to provide. I know I had a few of those allocated. Or have they failed to build? Be present in the war mill. Guess the uncommon metal plate isn't getting delivered routinely. Oh, you're clogged. They didn't actually put in a proper separator. Problem solving. Alright then. All my attention is on this planet. So what's happening down here? Why are you at this stop? Just leave. Yeah, you have like leftover filtration from a completely different job. Where's that train? They are in parking now. What have you set up? You're blue supply. Your yellow supply, you get processors and robot frames and low density structures. Except a lot of that isn't currently being rail fed. Being passed over the fence by the robots. Do you take a vacation? Ongoing light maintenance. One uranium turret that prioritizes behemoths. Should do pretty well for the overall health of the station. You should not need these defenses on your back corner. Carrying any more uranium around? No. Piercing it is then. The ability to plant new forests would help with smog management. Could take a lot of vast open desert space. Retool it. Missed a single tile of conveyor that is causing this lockup. Oh, auto trash, common steel. Auto trash, common brick. I will relinquish those to the bots the moment I return a network. Driving into the here is a bit. Yes, I'll have to go around and head up the vacant column. There is an end goal for space. There is a victory condition. As you do. Just request a top off on fuel. Good work, tank. Make sure all my furnace work is happening at the best available level of power. The mysteries of the deep is the goal. First, gain knowledge of the planets, then go beyond. Alright, so back to basics that are getting set up here so far. Biochamber for biochamber. Biochamber for basic nutrient production. Biochamber. Bioflux. Flexing damage to the corner. Or to freshly installed guns. I don't think this requires immediate response, but just pre-planning some additional stuff. Let me take these out of here up onto the hill. Has a relatively clean, flat space near my landing site. This can be a good first arbitrary choice for production mall. So, these chambers, and yeah, especially because there's productivity built into these, the flow should be quite strong. Possibility to refine quality launch. Yeah, nutrients from bioflux. Requires bioflux. Requires gel processing and fruit processing. Features grounds in turn for doing my basic resource post-processing. Go get the material for more basic biochamber. Just harvest more crab. Since they're directly powered by nutrients, they don't need electricity on their own. I'll need the electricity there in order to, operate the arms, since there's no meat hand yet. Flip this back to, or... I will not deploy the higher quality seeds until I have biolabs doing the gel processing. It is tricky though, though that does release a bunch of surplus nutrient. If I don't have anything ready to consume those nutrients shortly after production, then that's wasted. Shame I can't put a filter on you. I could tell you to only harvest the wood. That would be fairly useful. Okay, we'll make an initial attempt. Kickstart the gel process. So. I think this must needs be done. Place the fruit here. Don't have power for these arms right now. Still plant them. For workflow planning purposes. So, the fruit, from which the gel and the mash. Make that happen. Let me just create some gutter nutrients. Then use that to fruit. Meat sounds. Okay, one bioflux successfully created. Now if I can just... There's bacteria cultivation knowledge. Just get this to fire off. Alright, and it looks like once a nutrient is successfully in the fuel bar, that protects it a little bit. No longer rot if the machine is already digesting it. Bring the solar panels up here, or also create additional solar panels. In gel. 12 gel and 15 mesh. Rare mesh. High quality bioflux. Sabotaged continuously by forces of my own design. Roast some steel. More gel processing is managing to happen out here. Getting some seeds back. Right, once again, I have chosen the wrong recipe here. You are iron, common, go. Let's get used to that. Getting even a single solar panel up here on the hill. Get the arms moving a little bit. Create a bit more garbage nutrient. There. Now it begins. Finally, real food. So, more arms made. And apply some basic conveyor. Everything except common fruit mash belongs in the bioflux machine. Everything except common jelly goes in the machine. At which point, yeah, take out my assemblers to at least capture any value out of this stuff. Process. Uncommon copper bacteria. Process. Uncommon iron bacteria. It is far from an efficient capture of these resources, but it is anything at all that I can try to run a crude extension cable in the direction of my steam plant. Of course, now it's time for meat plastic. And meat sulfur. Even have enough reach to cross the swamp. No, have to make fancy power lines. Escape. Immediate threat. Or a bit of landfill.
Beep.
And yes, already that first batch of nutrients has rotted on the line, but the concept was proven. Just need more parts. Get the initial machine operational. As long as I'm successfully extracting seeds. My core stock of potential plants is forming. I still need to find 500 nutrient to figure out soil. And then after 100 bioflux, I get the meat beaker, which is made of bioflux and crab egg. Crab farm is required to accomplish such things. Okay, scoop all this up. Get more rocks. So the prime real estate that I need. Somewhere close to some purple soil. Close to some green soil. And also close enough to water. Conveyoring things out of the swamp will also be difficult. Without a goodly supply of landfill. Scoop everything here for a moment. Initial swamp rig. Provided important proof of concept. for a proper go of it, my initial setup should be up high. Probably just get back to the plateau. Set up my initial workflow for anything other than planting the trees themselves. Could also see about how far I can get foraging trees before I create any persistent farming effort. How flat is the land by this beach? Well, that's not really that much of a concern. This cliff is a little greebly, but wouldn't be too hard to just haul a pipe up there. No, absolute basics. Ore smelters. For all of my current pyrotechnology. Give them each a nice heap of compost. Two solar panels. Provide any baseline power supply. I think I should settle for the assembler versions of the recipes until I have successfully bootstrapped up to a core nutrient supply. Create a slightly smarter setup for that. And let's see, so the bacteria cultivation recipe is happen in a biochamber, heat in flux, you 4x your bacteria. You harvest some portion of your bacteria and then feed other bacteria back into the cycle. It's always possible for your bacteria colony to kind of go extinct. Well, you can generate fresh bacteria from the fruit. So, gel processing. Start building a thresher. Maybe even an all rarities thresher. First output. Seeds, all kinds. Get extracted to that box. Then gel common, iron bacteria common, iron bacteria uncommon, iron bacteria rare. Getting all of the resulting outputs properly separated. Leave the bacteria out here to dry. Bacteria all kinds, because there will be quality installed in all of these. Foliage, all kinds. And nothing is under power yet, so put things where they are. And extract common spoilage from all of these. Go to the fuel line. To which point? Oh, there's some very convenient spots I can install the pump over here. So then I need to create a bunch of plumbing to bring the water closer. All my tubes made of pond scum. And alright, so this bold spot here, that was where I had my first farm running. Grab like 200. Run these and get some iron as a result. Well, right, rare processing won't do anything for that yet. But importantly, gel, go. There's no water in the boiler yet. Problem, naturally. Oh, gotta go to where the water is. There. Now there is power. Might even be iron. Put the seeds over here for now. And this gel that I have on hand should be in there. Oh, I still have Bioflux that's alive. Yeah, the Bioflux lasts for a reasonable amount of time. And our local bio-rocket fuel can be made out of gel. You make pocket nutrients. And then use those to spin some iron bacteria out of my available bioflux. Yeah, take like some of these right before they're about to expire and live. Okay, they died immediately. Well, see if I can grab a fresh one off of the belt. Then it escapes the machine. Yes, you live. You. Iron bacteria cultivation. And then live. Okay, if I can sort out the supply chain for doing this. This will generate a lot of good iron. Don't have any rare bioflux to try and feed in. That has already created a lot good material. Okay, you're out of nutrients. Hold on. More pocket snacks for you. Yeah, I just turned one uncommon bacteria into 44. 24 uncommon, 20 rare. It's a machine. Yes. Once I can get this to work. Drop those in there. We'll wait the furnace when their time is done. It's going to be very tricky to get started. Yes. Once it goes, it should go quite loud. So let's try to do it again here. Iron, basic iron bacteria, basic bioflux, quality modules, and lunch. Go get them. Strangest thing, you can make life out of life. Instead of one bacteria, you had millions. Okay, that has used up all of the bioflux that I had on me, so I need to successfully cultivate bioflux. It's a good start, though. Gotta get the initial influx of material. I should just be crushing more pre-existing bacteria colonies. Extract their goop. No reason to leave them on the ground. That also bodes well for if I did have to cold start a bioproduction chain after some sort of extinction event. That it only takes a little bit of initial material to very rapidly spin back up to a viable population. Shot. Farm dirt. Suppose I should make landfill. That I can situate my farm tower off of the good soil. And okay, yeah, see the progress bar filling. That's cumulative. Make 500 nutrients by any means necessary. Okay, and while I reach directly for the bioflux, I can also use fruit mash. Achieve that result. Get some common iron together. More assembler 2s. Like this did a pretty good job of working through all of that gel before it rotted. Yeah, there's not any spoilage clogging up earlier parts of the machine. There's that one piece of residual jelly that was not large enough to be a full batch. Now it is time for maintenance. Over at that site. Atom mines look to be doing well. It's fine. Now, substantiate the claim that it's fine by seeing that, yeah, that wasn't connecting anything to anything else. Just an internal piece of the grid. Out there. And continuing to internally bioprocess the bioprocess. Or do you have any uncommon laser? Should have had a bunch of those available. they get mulched. Some other scheme. Weird. So, like, the biolab is the same size as an assembler. Probably aim to get an initial, mostly complete workflow running on assemblers so that it can run on electricity. And have that available as a backup system in case of a bio crash. And just while drawing that out, I can keep in mind how it would look to include a salad bar. The sushi belt containing actual sushi. What is missing from making more uncommon laser? More uncommon battery. I should hook up this battery machine anyway. Now I have a vast reserve. Common battery kicking around. Shouldn't let that prevent me from trying to roll for more basic supplies. Okay, good. That pipeline successfully gets up here. Small changes. Things at a time. Meat weather. Strange phenomenon of non-acidic rain. Who is this for? Additional thing to do here. Next on the list. Well, let me detonate that. Detonate all of these. I need to clear my building zone. Move all this debris. other point of entry to the system. Process the fruit. Set aside seeds. And run copper bacteria. At all 3 rarities. The assemblers can't do the other process here. Need a biochamber on hand to even think about doing nutrients from mash. So how useful is that as a nutrient source? It's better than just eating the filth off the ground. And it might be a cheaper way to be able to run a bioflux lab. The gel is also usable as grease. Turning 6 spoilage. Into 1.5 carbon. So 1,500 fuel value goes in. Yes, so that is still a fuel gain, refining the spoilage into carbon. Once you have a good nutrient supply, the riddle of flesh. As usual for the start of the production process, iron is much more important. Which does make it a bit of pretty elegant design, that it is the copper fruit from which you can extract the earlier supply of nutrients, the less expensive supply of nutrients. Gives me a reason to gather the copper fruit. As a source of fuel for cultivating iron bacteria. Still running down a little bit of their steam. Yes, run quality modules here, because the quality nutrients extends their shelf life. Inverting a different fundamental part of how the game usually works. Basic parts of the game. Usually overproducing so that everything is nice and backed up. It's just a general mark of a healthy factory. But here, time is an opponent. To take up the challenge of actually handling your material quickly. A mod to start on any of the other planets could be interesting. It could also be terrible. It could be terrible in ways that are interesting. Not really going to try to run this bioreactor yet. For copper propagation. So if the nutrients are there, I probably should anyway. Really is no reason not to. Rot belt wants to dip there at least. Long arm to go in. have bacteria cycling there, bacteria cycling there. Deliver the nutrients to each bioreactor. That one is just off on the side for now, existing, being its own thing. But also set it up there and have it be my compost burner. Well, if I'm going to do that, it should be down here at the far end of the compost belt, proving the fuel value of the compost. Yes. And if you were so inclined, you could supplement this whole phase of the process by having your platform drop iron for baking basic industry. Platform has been sent away. Just sort of tap the corner of the clipboard and wait for modules to show up. Modules will not be showing up until I do more to fix the module supply here. Yeah, there are green circuits in the system. They just aren't in the logistics network anymore. Unless I take measures to put them into the logistics network. Such as an arm that could use its Wi-Fi. Say, hey, if there are less than 200 green visible on the network, just skim some off of this belt so that the network can flow. Create different problems for other machines later. Yeah, so have this arriving here for a biochar machine, and that's all for biochambers that I currently have. Need to go fight another crab in order to make more. Burn only the common carbon. Need to bring the water line over here. Have a conveyor connection for the snack belt. One more arm shovel some snack powder into the copper biochamber. More sections of pipe. Alright, so there's my water line. We'll run the farms someday. For now, get a test batch of fruit together. $200 of each plant again. See how much can be extracted. Right, these are they. I think of these as being blue or green. Because they're iron related, and because the gel that falls out of them is green. Okay, so burn these carbon to create some steam. Drop the fruit here. Drop the gel there. Drop this fresh iron bacteria into the right. These need bioflux that I don't have. So those will not happen unless I first generate some bioflux. Maybe the spoilage machine doesn't need to exist yet. I need to make bioflux. First, some garbage nutrients. Run you. You will be able to feed yourself for a limited time. And I guess just run some spoilage out of you. Okay, this works as an arm to unload this machine. Feed, gel, and fruit. So, flaws demonstrated by the system in its previous state. Was not actually making the thing I need to do the thing. Yeah, also plug in the quality modules. Just burn that wood. So, bioflux over there. bacteria into the iron machine for now. No copper bacteria have emerged yet from the fruit process. Well, I am bleeding a lot of the fruit out of there. Right, I had no equipment unloading either of these. The soil, though, will get me into a position where I can move the plants closer to the plant. All the iron bacteria died before I could get them over here. Oh, this also ended in extinction. Still making progress, though. 50 nutrients and 5 landfill. This is promising. This is off to a good start. Settle for burning some compost. This iteration of the device does not go to space today, and that's fine. So this is an important tool for getting things started, though. This is a much cheaper source of initial nutrients. This is definitely another job for carousels. Nutrient carousel. And any other biomaterial carousel. Be able to routinely filter out any waste. Redirect it into the appropriate pile. Leave the boiler here. Moment, gather the rest. Still processing the gel. Alright, hold on, let me reconnect you. Steam power. And give you... Yes, I will give you the premium carbon ingot. Eat well. Five-minute growth time on the seeds. Quite a lot of downtime per unit of farm. Go and recover my agri tower from here. Oh wait, I am holding some additional fruit that hadn't been processed yet. That through a proper threshing machine. They at least want the seeds out of it. Want the seeds to have a chance to be good. Permit the burning of common spoilage. Want to keep some of that aside as my way to cold start the nutrient process. And get that threshed a little faster. Yes, there's vast potential to exploit quality here. I can get my hands on enough high quality seeds, and I can just raise the baseline of material production. Well, alright, before I get too strongly invested in that as a concept, I may as well find out. Go and get confirmation that a high quality seed creates a high quality tree that will yield high quality plant. Like, I can just leave the plant on the ground. That looks not great. Should just be a normal plant, it might lose its quality. Disappointing. I'm open to some suggestions. I don't know if the farming machine would successfully carry over the quality of the seeds. That would have to be a next thing to test if there is such a thing. Higher quality plant. Put this here, but leave it unpowered. What are we working toward creating? Artificial soil, yeah. If it's 10 tiles for 2 seeds, that's pretty affordable. The nutrients and the landfill are the more expensive part of that. Get an electric drill up and running. That is a better use of fuel. Running the burner directly. And it's an opportunity to qualitate. Dig for the good rocks. Bio oil might also be a faster way to break in. Although fuel from gel, that's a lot of interlocking biochambers. Nutrients do have... Well, no, they have a food value, not a fuel value. In that state, I cannot throw them into the boiler. Haven't been harnessing much wood. Would be a good temporary supplement. And a brief rev of the bioreactor. Does get a lot of work done. Has some nutrients left in it. Try to scoop wild bacteria and toss them in there within their fan. If there are any more, yeah, plenty of iron globs still left around you. You're going on an adventure. Get in there. Okay, did not quite have enough nutrient to run a full cycle. You hate to see it. And gutter nutrients are hideously expensive. 10 compost for half a point of snack. Well, okay, it seems to have its full food value. Just half of its lifespan. Okay, that used up all my bioflux anyway.
Beep.
Okay, so small temporary setup to try to run here. Also, I should probably try to do my initial processing inside biolabs as much as I can. Let's say 4 module slots. It's good for what ails. Yeah, food processing. Common nutrient slurry. And okay, do bioreactors make Topsoil. No. Assemblers make topsoil. Yes. Get this reloaded with the soil. And the landfill. It wouldn't take very much fruit mash. Get one batch of that to happen. I can productivity soil manufacturing. Good note for the future. Hold on, one of my solar panels. Right, I recovered that from the farm tower. I can put that back here for that little bit. Basic power. Set aside the seeds. Set aside anything greater than common. Figure out in a rush what to do with it after the fact. So, soil machine. And a soil machine. I think that's the other important breakthrough to make here. Right now, the workflow of connecting the good natural soil to a good production floor is a lot of cost up front. I can bring even a small amount of the soil over here. Then I'm in business. Take a single splitter. I will extract spoilage from this loop when its job is done. Send it toward the furnace. Yes, now if I drop in there again with another handful of wild fruit. Should be able to turn that into enough nutrients. Get my soil. Should probably go about collecting more crab eggs. Right, and then I need to start fire with all the times to not be holding any rot. That. Yeah, those arms are gonna fight for their share of the nutrient. Producing at 3 per second when able. Yeah, bottlenecked by this not being anywhere close to the right production ratio, and that's fine. Now, go ahead and do a tiny bit of bacteria processing. Make the attempt. And if it's not going to capture much of the value, still a little bit. Okay. Gel soil accomplished. I can feed this back over here. There. The Yakumo soil. The Yumiko soil. We'll continue to generate a little bit more seed. All of my assemblers are currently on the ground. Let's try to slam one more of those out there. And yeah, I definitely need a few more starter biolabs for the core functions. That would get close to equilibrium. Common copper bacteria. And just drop that all off. This is basic processing only. It does draw out some confidence. I can make carbon to store the value of some of these nutrients into good burnable energy. Uncommon nutrients aren't doing much here except taking up time on the belt, looking fancy. It's a fine thing to do. Right. Cobble together another assembler too. Well, also if I just yeah, so this does have the nutrients from trash, and I can run it at higher qualities to get higher baseline nutrient quality. Still comes out half rotten, but it's a larger half. But the important thing to do here, biochamber. While I have this device kind of operating, or if not during this firing, during a second firing of this device, I should try to generate some high quality biolabs. Wire having ready in advance, landfill, circuits, plates. I want to be ready to side load all of those pretty quickly. Do at least 2 so that I get the productivity bonus to pop. Got a decent haul of starter iron out of the last batch. 200 for a 10-pack. Yeah, there's 10 landfill right there. Okay, so this isn't usable up on the crags. Is this just enrich the basic soil? Must be placed over wetland. Yes, of the appropriate flavor. Yeah, so it lets me sizen up the patches. Need to make a bunch of landfill. Also, that's pretty bad to see. That requires urgent maintenance. Don't get to fully override the terrain yet. Likely ever. It'll need to be some kind of workflow. Like layers. Probably more application of elevated rail. The available supply of growing land isn't particularly negotiable. Means the trees have to be where they are. Step one of the process would be to have tree processing happen nearby rapidly. See how many steps of the process fit into that area. lay out a nice flow chart. Identify the portions of the life of the item where it is vulnerable to spoilage. Each of those needs to be compressed and streamlined. Do their work as quickly as possible. I think anything directly reduces the spoilage rates. It is nice that every time you look back at this place, it is slightly more paved. The bots keep up the good work. Steamy. Alright, large crab, face me. Your nest is forfeit. Yeah, it's 9 crab eggs. That's pretty good. If I can now just also find some fruit. Before these eggs hatch. Attempt to avenge their unknown parents. Okay, now that's 11 crab eggs. I am pleasantly surprised with how low the enemy density is here on the crab planet. I was expecting it to be more of a hassle, but it's been pretty pleasant so far. Naturally, I would expect it to get louder once I start generating smog and revving up the evo factor. Fruit. Go. Eggs. Go. Chips. Landfill. Carbon ingot. Yeah, right, I don't need the soil machines running anymore. Gross. but not system threatening. Oh, I have no arm feeding nutrients into the biomachine. Letting it go hungry. So I need to quickly source another landfill. Bit more iron plate. And 10 more circuits. 5 more circuits. You always need more circuits. Machine. Process the meat. So an effective energy output of 400 kilowatts on the one carbon biochamber. But that's why it's all the more important to put in the attempts to roll up some sort of perfected meat engine. .2 meat. That's a little nicer. Yeah, especially important since if it goes faster, it burns less fuel. It gets more work done per bite of snack. Okay, so now the spoilage coming out of there does not want to go into the furnace directly. Wants to go. Snack machine. The important part is the eggs were put to use. RoboFort is doing a good job. RoboFort's service area were just slightly extended. It would be able to repair that block as well. 15 common biolabs. That's more of a start. And it generated a lot more seeds. To the innate productivity built into fruit processing. That is sort of the issue. That is the asymmetry that's been built in. It's the first serious puzzle to solve here. I can get nutrients from just fruit, or from bringing both items together into bioflux. But I cannot get the nutrients directly out of the jelly, only very tenuously indirectly by letting the gel rot, or by processing the gel into bacteria and taking the rot from that. But I can also make rocket fuel out of the jelly, but also bioflux is involved there. The riddles. The gel planet. Having biochar online, kind of online, does at least give a good end point. This is a decent start on a way to properly capture and reuse the value of the goop. Put one of those down. Check on, yeah, it does take productivity as an option as well. You know, once I have a meat module factory. Yes. This is the start of something. Opportunity to become swamp. Oh, closing thoughts. Or thing to do, I suppose. You bring things a good deal closer together by enriching like a little bit of that soil. Or a little bit of that soil, if that's permissible. Or if I need the like medium tier soil as a route to upgrade, that might be slightly inconvenient. I think the move here, you know, the eternal good idea. So we need to start making some landfill and then create a small point-to-point railway for rapid fruit transport. We're okay, kind of following the highland. There is some of this that gets a bit closer to fertile soil. I do a bit of scoping out. Nah, better to learn to work with what I've got. Because if I find the right general patterns of technology, then they'll be applicable anywhere when it's time to scale up. So yeah, small rail setups that bring seeds to the farm, bring back fruit from the farm, control mechanisms to avoid planting unwanted seeds. Well, the control is on the harvest. Once the seed has been planted, it can just sit there. Let me go look at the one I planted manually. The uncommon seed. This one. You have matured and you are normal. Unless the towers know the secrets to making a better plant. But one disappointment so far with Meat Planet, if that is not the case. Quality will have to be attained by other means. With some sort of large-scale gelatin threshing apparatus. Very promising start, though. The Meat Lab. The Meat Planet. Make more bioflux. Gain access to agriscience, which will require that I actively cultivate the crab egg. A dangerous game. Sure. Oh, you can just invent being healthier using meat. Yeah, closing remarks. Let's look at what exists here in meat science. So, tree farming, fish farming, which can be done in a chemical plant. Fish can be converted into nutrients, which can then be fed to fish. Well, you'd need some sort of other external. This is a way to discard your excess fish. And in turn, this is a way to qualitate a fish into a better fish. So, other things. High-level explosive upgrades by harnessing meat fluid. Rocket fuel productivity. Fire. Of course. Purple quality. Plastic bar productivity in all its forms. Carbon fiber, which is used to make the stack inserter. Which, so it's been on display for a while, visibly, that, you know, the bulk inserter picks up a bunch of stuff at once and it's present visibly as a pile. The stack inserter has the power to just put that pile directly onto the belt and it travels together, multiplying the effective throughput of belts. Increase belt capacity. Stackable increase of belt capacity. Okay, so that's the side of it that does that. On its own, the stack inserter is just taller by a lot, but belt. Tall, using meat. And carbon fiber also provides the rocket turret. And spider. The armored scorpion of death. It's made of legs. You need to give it 4 pairs of legs and 2 nuclear reactors built into the frame. Has 80 storage, has its internal equipment grid. The quest to create the purple spider, the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Such is the power of meat. Lithium processing over there, that is... Okay, rest of the top row. Gain health. Stackable, infinite. Just drink the meat science and become strong. Efficiency module 3, which is made of rot. Capturing biters. Egg farm. So, in turn, the things that follow off of that. Oh, space copper also becomes available here. Incorporate more kinds of mineral into fuel processing. Get sulfur in space. Alright, calcite falls out of the ice. More powerful space logistics. Space productive processes that might finally require venting excess material over the side of the platform. Productivity boosts for asteroids. Back over to egg handling. Feed bioflux into the nest, it generates eggs. And the true meat lab. Take the eggs, you take some uranium, you pour on a layer of concrete. That's how science happens. Science lab with effectively a 50% productivity boost. 50% less drain, your beakers last longer. Also, it has 4 module slots, so you can productivity that up a lot more. Only 1 fits in a rocket at a time. So in turn, this becomes an argument for moving your main research base to Gleba. Because it's very difficult to send these away from the meat planet. If you manage to transport them, or no, have to be built in low atmospheric pressure. Buildable on Novice, not buildable here. So you need to successfully transport biter eggs off of the planet. "30 minutes or it's free. 30 minutes or containment breach. Overgrowth soil. Okay, here is the stronger soil upgrade. That gives us even more options. Seems like it's still confined to the general biome. But it will still extend usable field space. Okay, and then behind biter eggs is the productivity module, which is made of eggs. Dangerous. Although, wait, the eggs come from nests. You would be capturing the nests on Novice anyway, so you don't need to ship biter eggs. You manufacture biter eggs on Novice. Because there are no biter nests here. They were simply crab, which lay their eggs wherever they please. Okay, never mind. This is much less complicated than I thought it would be. You just need to go out there and Jurassic Park yourself. Without Jurassic Parking yourself. And then alongside all of that. Okay, the captive bug spawner is also behind going to Aquila, learning about lithium and cold science. Things to do in times beyond. Meet